Hey everyone, welcome back. Today we're exploring a sleek, modern portfolio built with Next.js, React, Tailwind CSS, motion animations, Lucid icons, and Email.js. This is not just a static personal website. It is designed like a professional dashboard where every section tells a story: who the developer is, what they build, what tools they use, what experience they have, and how people can contact them. Right from the starting screen, we get a dark, Zing-based dashboard layout with a fixed sidebar on the left. The sidebar contains the profile avatar, animated typing, role text, navigation links, and social links. The hero section introduces Virat as an AI product engineer. Notice the visual polish here: the spotlight effect, background grid, animated name highlight, pointer highlight on engineer, and a featured work card with video preview. This is a strong portfolio opening because it doesn't just say I am a developer. It immediately shows personality, motion, product taste, and a direct CTA to explore projects. On the left, the navigation gives us 6 main routes: home, projects, experience, tools, about, and contact. For desktop, it behaves like a clean dashboard sidebar. For mobile, the project includes a top profile bar, bottom navigation, and a slide out menu. That's a very important detail because a professional portfolio must feel polished on both laptop and phone screens. The footer keeps the same dark, minimal dashboard style as the rest of the portfolio. On the left, we have a simple reach out message that encourages visitors to connect. In the center, there is a large interactive hover text effect showing the name Virat, which adds a nice branded finishing touch to the page. On the right side, we also have a live time display. This updates every second, which gives the footer a subtle dynamic feel instead of making it look like a static ending block. Now let's move to the projects page. The page displays a responsive project grid with hoverable cards and a custom follower pointer interaction. Each card includes an image, active status badge, project title, description, tags, and quick links like visit and GitHub. The portfolio currently includes 6 production-style projects. This is exactly how a portfolio should present work: project title, problem category, tech identity, live deployment, source code, and enough context for recruiters or clients to understand the value quickly. When we click a project, we get a dedicated project detail page. This is where the portfolio becomes more professional. Each project page includes an amazing beam effect in the background, back button, project title, active badge, tags, live demo button, how I build, YouTube link, large preview image, project overview, learning outcomes, tech stack, source code link, live demo link, author info, status, and category. For example, the AI invoice generator is described as a MERN SaaS app with Gemini AI integration, client management, payment tracking, invoice templates, and business insights. This is excellent for students because it teaches you how to document a project like a real case study, not just a GitHub dump. Next is the experience page. Instead of a boring resume layout, this page uses an animated vertical timeline. It walks through roles from freelance development and early startup work all the way to founding engineer experience. Each timeline item includes a role, company, responsibilities, impact, and tech badges. There is also a key achievement section showing funding raised, users served, startups founded, and years of experience. At the bottom, we get a technologies mastered grid covering front-end, back-end, AI/ML, databases, cloud, DevOps, and tools. This section is powerful because it connects technical skills with business impact. The tools page is called Shovels, which gives it personality. It shows the tools used in the developer workflow like Cursor, ChatGPT, Notion, PyCharm, VS Code, etc. Each tool card uses a 3D comet hover effect with icon branding. For developers, this page communicates workflow maturity. It tells viewers what tools are actually used to build, write, research, ship, and communicate. The About page focuses on identity, and story. It opens with the name Virat, interest tags, and tech pills like React, LLM, Rails, Next.js, TypeScript, Postgres, and Redis. Then it breaks the content into sections: who I am, what I do, my journey, vision, and beyond code. This is important because a good portfolio should not only show projects, it should also explain the person behind the work, what they care about, what they're building toward, and how they think. Now let's move to the contact page. This page is not just a visual section, it has a working contact form. We have a clean contact layout with animated background boxes, contact cards, and a professional form that collects name, email, subject, and message. For testing, let's fill the form properly. I'll enter a sample name, email address, subject, and message. Now when I click send message, the button changes to a sending state, and behind the scenes, Email.js sends this message directly to the configured email inbox. After submitting, we get a confirmation alert saying the message was sent successfully. And now, if we check the receiving email inbox, we can verify that the submitted contact form message has arrived. This is a very important feature because a portfolio should not only showcase your work, it should also help clients, recruiters, collaborators, or students contact you directly. Now, let's quickly test responsiveness. On desktop, we have the full dashboard layout with the fixed sidebar and wide content sections. On tablet and mobile, the layout adapts beautifully. The sidebar changes into a mobile-friendly navigation system with a top profile bar, bottom nav icons, and a slide-out menu. The project cards stack properly. The contact form becomes easy to use on smaller screens. The timeline remains readable, and the overall spacing still feels polished. So that's the full walkthrough of this modern dashboard style portfolio. Let's start building your portfolio website.
Open your VS Code. Now, here, as I already created the folder with name portfolio, you can also open it from the files. Now, open the terminal. Now, let's search for Next.js in your browser. Type Next.js, open this first link. Here, scroll down as they given the command prompt to install their latest Next app. Now, enter. Here it will ask for the project name as I already given, so I press dot. Now I'll select for no to customize settings. I'll select TypeScript, yes, linting, yes, and React compiler, no, and Tailwind CSS, yes, and for the source directory, I'll select no, app router, yes, and for import allies, no. And we don't want agents, so select no. Now it will install your all the dependencies in your next app, not till the time it's installing. Now it will install all packages successfully here. You can also run npm audit fix here. After that, now let's check our package.json file. Here, as you can see, all the dependencies were installed, like TypeScript, ESLint, and Next.js 16, React 19, and you can start the scripts by npm run dev here. Once you enter, it will open your app on localhost 3000 port. Now let's open on our browser as it is running successfully. Now we have to make all the things in our app folder, and there is already two files, which is page and layout. It is the basic skeleton of next app. So in our layout, let's write the title here, write the name of the person whom the portfolio we are making for, like Virat portfolio, and let's give the description personal portfolio. Now let's remove this from HTML tag here and give some space. Now here, open a div. Inside this div, copy paste this children. Now let's give the styles to the body tag in backticks. Open a curly braces with dollar sign, write kiss sans dot class name, and here again do the same thing with guest mono dot class name. After this, let's give the background color BG 950 and the text Zing 100 and serialized. Now after that, in this div, let's give the class name here minimum height screen and add the flex here. Now we have to make our components. So let's make a component folder here. Inside this, let's make a file of a sidebar. We have to make the sidebar and we have to import the sidebar in our layout. Now let's make another file in component which is footer. Type NXTP for the code snippet. If you want to make a snippet of your own, you can open your files in performances. Here, there is a configure snippets. Type here TypeScript React.json and open this file. Here you can make your own custom snippet and you can define the prefix to trigger that snippet. Let's trigger the snippet NXTP and it will add the code snippet to your file. Now let's go to our layout. Right here, we should have to import the sidebar. Then open our div and inside this div, open our main tag here and copy paste your children inside the main tab. Now give the class name to the main tag. Let's write minimum height screen here and also give the styles to the div. Right here we write flex 1 for medium devices. Margin left will be 260 px and margin left is equal to 10 px. You can also write in the form like 65. Now below your main tag, let's import our footer. It will import automatically. Now to format your code, if you install the Prettier plugin, press the keys like Shift plus Alt plus F to format your code in proper format as it is formatted. Now let's go to our sidebar. Now let's make our sidebar. Remove this main tag here and let's write here first use client and then let's import the use state and use effect from React. Let's import the images from next images and let's import the link from next link. Now let's import use path name from next navigation. Now you have to add the assets and the styles file in your public folder. I have provided all the assets in our GitHub. You can find the link below in the description box. As you can see here in public folder, we have added all the assets, images, and dummy files as well, like dummy styles. You can see we have composed all these styles in one single file, which is known as dummy styles.ts file. Here you find all the Tailwind CSS styles of each components and pages. You have to add all the assets and files in your public folder. You can see our sidebar styles is present in this file. Now let's import this styles. Now let's make icon props here. So right type icon props is equal to react.svg props and write svg element. After this, write and give the class name here. Define the type as a string Now go to the our repository. Here you'll find the sidebar page file. From here you have to copy all the icons SVG present here and paste it in your code as we have added all the SVGs icons here. Now let's define the type here. It will be react.react element. Now let's make the state here for the mobile menu if it is open or if it is not open. Now right is mobile menu open, set is mobile menu open. Now define write the use state false for now, and let's define the path name as use path name. Correct the spell code here. Now let's make a use effect here, opening error function. Now let's make use effects for user to click outside of the screen if the menu is open. Right here, right handle click outside, event to mouse event, and target is equal to event dot target as HTML element. Now write the condition here. If the mobile menu is open and not target dot closes, and right here dot mobile sidebar, and not target dot closes, and here write dot mobile menu toggle. Now let's open parenthesis here inside which we need to write set is mobile menu open false. Let's correct this code here. Let's check the spell mistake. Here we have to write as set is mobile menu open. Now let's make a use effect of handle escape button. If user will click the escape key, right, handle escape is equal to event keyboard event. Inside arrow function, write a condition event dot key is equal to escape, and after that, write set mobile menu open as false. Now let's add the event listeners here. Write document dot add event listener, side which right click and write the handle outside, handle click outside, add another event listener, write key down, handle escape. Now return it, open a arrow function, inside which let's add a remove event listener, right click, comma, handle click outside. And let's do the same thing for the key down, escape key, remove, add the remove event listener here. We have forgot to add this inside the parenthesis. So let's add the event listener inside the parenthesis here. Now here is a comma and inside square brackets, right, is mobile menu open. Now go to GitHub again and copy the nav links from our file and paste it here. As you can see, it contains all nav items like home, projects, experience, tools, about, etc. Now let's start making all the pages which is present in nav items here. Let's make project folder inside which we have to make a page.tsx file. It is the basic layout for the next app. Type here nxtp, write the name of the function. Let's make another page experience. page here. Do the same thing with this page as well. NXTP, give the name, experience, create a contact page, paste the snippet, give the name of this function, and make another page, which is about page, create the page file, and add the snippet here. Let's make another page, which is tools page. Add the snippet. Now close all these pages for now. Let's come back to our sidebar code. Now go back to GitHub again and copy this last thing from here, which is social links and SVGs. Now after that, inside return, open a React fragment. Inside this, let's open our div, inside which open another div and another div. Open another div again. Now right here, we have to give all the divs the styles, which we have to write the styles like this, as dot mobile avatar, as we have added all the styles in the dummy styles file. So now let's give all the styles to other divs as well. And this write as dot mobile avatar container. And this write as dot mobile top nav inner, and right above give the s dot mobile top nav. Inside this div, let's add a image tag, give the source slash hexagon dot png, and write an alternative Virat avatar. Let's add the width and height, which is 40. and also give the class name. We have to write the class name outside this parenthesis. Write s dot mobile avatar image. Now write priority and close this image tab. It is giving some error. Now let's check what is happening. Like we have written images instead of image. Now it is corrected here. Now after this, open a div again. Inside this, open another div. Give the styles s dot mobile name and write the name of the person. For me, it's Virat Kohli. Now go to your Chrome and type here Magic UI. Open this first link. It's an external UI library. So we have to add an typing animation. So search for a typing animation here. And this, we want this type of animation, which is in loop like this. So to add this in your project, we can get the installation from here. We we choose manually installation. So we have to make a components slash UI folder in which we add this typing animation file. So let's make a UI folder in components and write the typing animation file name here. Inside this, paste the code which is given on their site, and it's asking for utils. So let's create a utils file in our lib folder. Here we have to write import clx type will be class value. From clx, we also have to import the Tailwind merge, which is known as TW merge from Tailwind merge. Let's export this function right here inside brackets, right? Inputs colon class value with empty square brackets and then return this with tailwind merge and beside which write CLX. Then inside this write inputs as it is created here. Now let's correct the import path. If it is not importing using at the rate, so you can also import it like this dot dot slash and dot dot slash, and you can find the lib folder and utils file. Now it is created successfully. Now let's go to the Magic UI site again. Here we have to copy the line of import. We have to copy this line and also the import. Let's paste to the top. Correct the path for the typing animation file. Now here, let's remove all of this and we have to make our own. So I prefer write AI engineer, comma, full stack, comma, problem solver, comma, dev stallion. Now after this, open a nav tag here, give a ID, desktop, sidebar. Also give the class name s dot nav container. You have to close the desktop sidebar in double commas. And here, let's add area label as primary and close this nav tag. Inside this tab, let's add a unordered list tag. If the class name has nav list, let's correct the spell. Here, inside curly brackets, write nav items dot map. We have to map all the nav items for the desktop sidebar. Now here we'll define the href label and icon. Open a arrow function in which open a list tag here give the key value href inside this list tag, open a link tag and give a link as href is equal to href in curly brackets. Now let's give the styles in brackets and dollar sign. Let's write s dot nav item. Here we do it again, write path name is equal to href. If it is, then right here add a styles which is nav item active or right here write nav item inactive. Write the S here. Let's close this curly brackets. Now after which write area current is equal to write path name is equal to href. If it is, then inside double quotes write page colon undefined. You have to close this link tag. Then inside this, open a icon, give the styles s dot nav icon, close this icon tag and open a span tag. Give the styles s dot nav label. Now close the span tag. Inside this, open a curly brackets, write label here. Now here add a div, give the class name s dot connect label, close this div and write connect. Now here open a unordered list tag again and give the styles as s dot social list. It will add your social list like Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. Let's write social dot map, open a back arrow function Here, open a list tag, give the key value as SOC dot label, and in anchor tag, write href, give write the href is equal to inside this write SOC dot href. Now let's give the styles, write s dot social item, write title is equal to SOC dot label. All right, this and target will be blank. Open a SVG tag here, give the styles s dot social icon and write view box inside which let's add the dynamics as 002424 and fill is equal to current color, write area hidden is equal to true. Now open a path tag inside which write d is equal to soc dot svg path. Close this tab. Now open a span tag, give the class name as s dot social label, close the span tag, and inside this write soc dot label. Now to format the code, use Shift Alt plus F to format it nicely and presentable clean code. Now close this nav and remove it from here and paste it after these dips. And in typing animation, if the class name s dot mobile typing. Now here, open another div, give the class name s dot mobile spacer to add spacing Now open a assign tag and paste this nav tag code in a assign tag. Now hereafter, let's open a div. Inside this, give the styles s dot desktop sidebar. Add the aria label by is equal to desktop dot sidebar. Now open another div, give the styles s dot desktop avatar container. Open another div, write class name s dot desktop avatar. Now let's copy this image code from here and paste it here to save our time. You have to just change the, let's format it and change the width and height. Give the styles as desktop avatar image. Now below this, open a div. Inside this, open another div. Give the class name in brackets, write s dot desktop name. Right here, Virat Kohli. Then let's copy this type animation code from here and paste it here. Everything should be same. Just change the styles as replace the mobile with desktop. Now our code is ready for desktop. Now remove this div. We have to remove the div and in, in place of div, we just add the styles and everything in our aside tag. Now open another div after side tag, give the styles inside backticks and parenthesis, write s dot mobile overlay. After that, write is mobile menu open. If it is open, then write s dot mobile overlay. Then the mobile overlay will be visible. Else, place a colon and write s dot mobile overlay hidden. We have to add the bg here. Now let's write onClick function inside this div. Open a arrow function and write set as false. Now open another div, give class name in backticks and parentheses write s dot mobile overlay 3G and write is mobile menu open. If it is open, then s dot mobile overlay 3G should be visible. Else it will be hidden. Now write on click beside which open arrow function, write set mobile menu open as false. You don't have to write this in this div, so remove it and also remove the BG from here. Now let's open another div here and give the styles. Right. S dot mobile sidebar inside curly parentheses. Right. Is mobile menu open? If it is open, then right S mobile sidebar visible. Else it will be hidden. Now open another div inside which open two divs again. Open another div inside this as well. Now let's give the styles to each. Right here, write s dot mobile sidebar header. Inside this, write s dot mobile avatar mobile header inner. Inside this, write s dot mobile avatar container. And finally, inside this, write s dot mobile avatar. Let's scroll up and copy this image tag here again and paste in between this text, format it for proper formatting of this tool. Now after this step, let's open another div. Here we have to change the styles as mobile avatar image. Also, we have to change the width and height. Inside the div, open another div in which write the name. Let's give the styles as well. S dot mobile name. It will show the name on mobile. Now let's again copy this typing animation tag and paste it below here. Change the styles to mobile typing. Now right after this, let's make a button tag. Let's make a button. Inside this, right on click. Inside this, open a arrow function. Right set is mobile menu open as for true as false. Now let's skip the styles as dot mobile close button. Now give the URL label is equal to close button, close menu. Now open icon tag, close icon tag, give the styles as dot middle close icon and close it. Now after that, let's open a div again here. Add the styles to this div as dot mobile contain content inside which let's open a nav tag. Write the class name as margin bottom 8 and also open a div right. Oh, give the styles to this div s dot mobile section label. Now open a UN tag, give the styles s dot mobile nav list. Inside this, write nav items dot map inside which in curly parentheses write href label and item key. Open a arrow function here. Now open a list tab, add a key that is equal to href. Now inside this list, add a link tag, give the href and on click inside arrow function write set is mobile menu open as false. Now let's add the styles s dot mobile nav item. Write it here again. Path name is equal to href. If it is, then add a styles as s dot item actor in else area label. Let's write inside this path name is equal to href. If it is, then page colon undefined. Now close this link tab. Inside this, write a icon tag. Give the styles to the icon tag. Write s dot mobile nav icon. Let's close this icon tag and open a span tag. Give the styles to this span tag. Right here, s dot mobile name icon. Mobile nav label. Inside this, write label in curly braces. Now let's format it. Now here, add a div again, write the styles, s dot mobile social icon, so social section. Now inside this, add a div, give the class name s dot mobile section label. Now inside this, let's write connect. Open another div, give the class name s dot mobile social list. Now let's map the social from your given data. Let's write a add function here inside anchor tag. In anchor tag, give the key is equal to soc.label and href will be soc.href. Now give the styles s dot mobile social item. Now add the name as well and target will be blank. Inside this, open a SVG tag, write the styles s dot mobile social icon. Also add the dimensions to the view box as 002424. Now let's fill the coloring as current color inside this SVG tag. Also open a path tag as well. Give the ID as soc.svg path. Now here after that, open a span tag inside which write soc.label. Now write inside span tag, give the styles s dot mobile social text. Write the s dot here. Now here after, let's open our div again. Give the class name s dot mobile footer and open another div. Give the class name s dot mobile footer label. Right here, right, reach out. Now type Alt plus 26 to add the arrow icon. Now open another div here. Give the styles s dot mobile footer text. Now open another div here again and write made by Virat. Press the Alt plus 0169 key to add a copyright icon. Write copyright 2026. Now, as it is completed, there's one last thing here. Add a div. Give the styles as s dot bottom nav. Open another div. Write class name s dot bottom nav container. Now open our div again and give the class as s dot bottom nav inner. Let's open another div again with the styles s dot bottom nav bar. Now open another div. Write the styles here s dot bottom nav grid. In curly brackets write nav items dot map. Open arrow function. Inside this write the href label and icon. Now open up arrow function. Open a link tag here. Write key is equal to href. Also href is equal to href. Now give the class name and backtext right side parenthesis right s dot bottom nav link. Let's make another bracket and inside which write Path name, if it is equal to href, then the style will be s dot bottom nav link active, and in else case it will be inactive. Also write the aria label as label. Now inside this, open a icon tag again. Give the stylings s dot bottom nav icon. Close this tag. Round brackets here. Add the brackets. Then after that, open another div and write class name s dot bottom nav divider. And let's add a button as well. Write on click, add a arrow function here. Write set is mobile menu open true. Now if the styles s dot autumn menu button and aria label as well. You can write open menu, close the button tag, and inside this, add a menu icon. Also give the stylings which is equal to s dot button menu icon. Now let's close this menu icon tag. Now our sidebar is completed. So next page will be footer. Now here write use effect and let's import use state and use effects from React. Now let's make a format time open arrow function. Here we will write new date dot to local time string. It will help to get the local time. Now here let's write react dot React element. Below that, let's write const, in which we have to write the states, which is time now and set time now. Is equal to use state, and this string, close it with empty colons. Now inside a use effect, let's let's write initial ID is equal to window dot set timeout, in which open a arrow function here again and write set time now. And the format time. After that, write comma and 0. Now write interval ID is equal to window dot set interval. Inside arrow function, write set time now, and inside this, write format time. Place a comma after that and write thousands. Then let's return. Write window dot clear timeout. Inside this, write initial ID and window dot clear interval. Inside this, we write interval ID. Now place a empty square brackets here. Now the use effect is created over here. Now let's make the UI part. Here in return statement, write footer tag, inside this, open a div, give class name and it like relative MX auto, padding bottom will be 12. For medium devices, padding will be 0. We should write it in double quotes. Then for the large devices, padding will be 0 as well. And for the Excel, the padding bottom will be 0. And right, max width will be 303. And the background will be Zing 950. Now let's give the border at top, and border will be Zing 800. Now let's write the text color, which is Zing 300. And let's write overflow hidden to avoid overflow. Now here in this div, let's give the class name, styles, flex column. For small devices, flex row, and items will be in center, justify center, justify between, and cap will be 4, and padding for x-axis will be 20, and padding for y will be 5. Now open another div. Let's give the class name first. Text will be large, cursor pointer, and close this div. Now right, reach out. To add the arrow icon, press the Alt plus 6 key. It will add it. Now open another div. Give the class name text large and close this div, inside which in curly braces write time now. It will show your time in local timeline. Now here we need to add a UI effect of the name. So we were using an external library which is known as SNET UI. Type here SNET UI and open its first link. Now it will provide you a whole bunch of components with different types of effects and cool elements here. Now we want our text hover effect. As you can see, we want this effect in our footer. So to implement that, we need to copy the code. You can import it with the CLI as well, but we are importing it manually. So the step is given, copy this command, and inside your terminal, open another terminal, paste this command until it's installing. Let's go, and you have to add a util file. We already make the libutil files, so we don't require it to add that. We already made it. Now here is a main text over file, which is we have to put in our components UI folder. So let's make the file in UI folder. Let's write text over effect dot tsx. Now you have to copy all the code and paste it in your file. Now go scroll on top. We we can write it like this in our wherever we have to import this style. So let's import in our footer. Copy this import line from here and paste it right on the top. Correct the path. Now, as you can see, it's working fine here. You can add the text whatever you want. Like in my case, I'll add Virat as a name. Now our footer is completed. Now let's check the UI. Something is some error is happening in this file. Like we have written a use effect here. You have to remove and write use client instead. Now, as you can see, our sidebar is created fully and it's opening the other pages as well. Now here, as you can see, our footer is created as well. You can see the text over effect and the timings. Now we just have to create a dashboard page, which is home page. So let's go in let's go in the page.tsx file and remove all this code and let's write use client. Now import the use effect and use ref from React. Let's import cn from libutils and let's import the link from next link. Now after that, let's make a export default function here named as homepage as a React element. It's giving an error here. Let's see what error is saying. Now inside which write const video ref is equal to use ref. Inside which write HTML video element. You have to pass the return statement to remove the error. And inside this write null. Now you let's write a use effect here. Open a arrow function. Let's add a condition here. If video ref dot current, then inside this write video ref dot current dot play. It will autoplay the video. Then write dot catch to catch the error. If video is stopped by any chance, so let's write a console log. Here write autoplay preview. Here write autoplay prevented. It will prevent the video from browser. And let's add a empty square brackets here. Now let's write the return statement here, inside which we have to add the UI visuals. So open React fragments. Inside this, write a div, give class name as homepage styles dot container. We already imported these homepage styles from dummy styles file present in our dummy styles file. All the styles of homepage is present in dummy styles file. Now let's close all these tabs. Here we have to import another style, which is spotlight style. Use a comma and add it. Now below that, here we have to write, we have to close this div and let's write another div inside this div. Let's first give the class name home Inside this, write CN in a brackets and write homepage styles dot background grid wrapper and write a comma here. Then write homepage styles dot background grid dot pattern. It will add the wrapper and the pattern both in your background. Let's close this div individually. Now, as you can see, our background pattern is showing here. Now, let's just go to the external UI library, Sanity UI, and search for Spotlight effect. Let me search it. Here you can see the Spotlight effect. There is another Spotlight which is known as New Spotlight. We are using this Spotlight effect in our project. So let's import it manually. So here, do the installation steps. Paste this command in your terminal and utils is already made. Now you just have to make this Spotlight file in UI component. Let's make the Spotlight file and paste all the code given here. And let's scroll above. Here it will show you how to use this Spotlight in your component or pages. So you just need to copy this and let's go to our home page. Here pasted this and then let's copy the import line as well and paste the import line here. Correct the path. Let's rename this file as small spotlight and let's correct the path again. Now it's not showing here yet. So let's change the styles and let's add our styles, which is spotlight styles dot position and change the color as well. We'll give the colored code like this. It is not showing yet. So let's add another div and give the class name. Add these homepage styles dot gradient overlay. Close this div individually. Then write a section here. Give the stylings homepage styles dot hero section Now open our div again, give the class name as relative to this div and add a h1 tag here. Inside this, get the stylings, homepage styles dot span with margin. Now add a cover inside which write the name. We need to import, we need to add the stylings of the cover from the SNAT UI. So let's search for the cover styles. Let us scroll down. Let's just control F to search cover. Named as container cover. As you can see, we need to add this styles in our hero section. So we'll repeat the same process. Install the dependencies given over here. Install this as well. It will install. Utils is already built and we just have to make a cover.tsx file in which we have to add this code. So let's make this in UI folder cover.tsx, add this code, and we have to make another file which is sparkles.tsx. Let's add another file, add the code. Here it's showing some errors here. So let me fix those errors. Okay, let me fix these errors. So I have fixed those errors which is present in this file. So I have given this file in our GitHub. Inside the UI folder, you'll get the sparkles.tsx file here. You can copy it and add it to your project. Now let's see how the site is looking for now. As you can see, it is added over here. Now let's close all of this and let's continue building our homepage. Press Shift Alt plus F for formatting the code. Now here add a h2 tag and give the styles. Homepage styles dot h2. Then after inside this, we'll write what we are. Here I'll write a product engineer inside the span tag. First give the styles to this span. Homepage styles dot span inline. Here we need to add we need to add a UI styles from Affinity UI. So let's go and search here for pointer highlight. We have to add this styles. So just do the same thing, same process. Install the dependencies, and we just have to make this file in UI folder. Let's make this file and copy paste the code here. Also, let's see how to import this in our page. Add this in span tag, remove the span which is present here. Let's import the, let's copy the import line as well and paste it here. Correct the path. It's showing an error. Let me see first. So we have to add in between something. So we just write and genius. As you can see now, it's showing in our hero section. Now we just have to make this arrow as green. So we have our color theme like green. So I'll I'll copy the code present in our GitHub folder. You can also change the code and color themes according to your preferences. Now let's come back to our page. Here, let's add a div, give the class name, margin bottom 6, and add another div here. Write the stylings, homepage styles dot callout card dot wrapper. Now here, open another div, give the class name, homepage styles dot callout card dot inner container, and open another div again, give the class, homepage styles dot callout card dot text container. Now here, in our SVG tag, here write the class name, homepage styles dot callout contain card dot icon. Now set the view box as 0, 0, 2424. Fill is equal to, write this, none, and stroke will be current color. And area hidden inside this SVG. Let's define the path. and add the stroke width, which is 1.2. Close this path. Open another div. Give the class name homepage styles dot. Call out card dot button. Here write connect with me on X. And let's, after this div, add a button tag here. Inside this button tag, let's give the type, which is button, the area label, which will be follow on X, and write the class name homepage styles dot call out card dot button. Now inside this button, write the follow. Now here after add a paragraph tag. Now go to the GitHub and copy paste the paragraph. First write the styles of this paragraph tag, homepage styles dot paragraph. Inside this, write all the paragraph you wanted to show. In my case, I wanted to write this. Now open a article tag. First give the styles, homepage styles dot article dot wrapper. Open a div, give the styles, homepage styles dot article dot video container. Now close this and inside this div, let's open a video tag here. Now inside this tag, write ref is equal to video ref, which we have defined above. And let's write the class name as homepage styles dot article dot video. And write autoplay. It will be autoplay in loop, and add the mute and loop. And write play in line. And preload will be auto. Now write disable picture in picture, disable remote playback. Also add a styles, which is equal to homepage styles dot article dot video styles. Now here Open a source tag from where our video is coming. Now add the source, my, which is slash home video dot webm. Add the type, which is video slash webm. Close this source tag and write your browser doesn't support the video if in case the video is not supported by the browser. Now here open another div, give the class name homepage styles dot article dot content to add the content below the video. Open another div. Now let's give the class name add the homepage styles dot article dot header. Open R. Now let's go to the GitHub folder and copy this SVG from here and paste it here. Now after that open a span tag, right in between featured work. Then open a h3 tag here. First give the stylings homepage styles dot article dot title. Inside this, let's write the title here. My 2005 shippings comma sync signals comma and few uncomfortable rules. Now after this, open a paragraph tab. Give the stylings as dot article dot title dot article dot description. Right here, write the paragraph you want to add. Let's write a paragraph here. Now below that, open our div, add the styles to this div, homepage styles dot article dot link container. Now add a link tag here, write href and give the path to projects page. It will take us users to projects page. It's it take users to the product. It take users to the projects page. Now give the class name is equal to homepage styles. dot article dot link. Now close this link tag and here open a span tag. Inside this write see my projects. Now let's go to GitHub again and copy the SVG and paste it here. Now let's format this code. Now let's see, there is an error here coming out. Let's fix this error. Here, as you can see, the source is giving the error now. Now you can see all the cards and headings here. It is going. Now our spotlight is not coming here. So let's fix this first. Here you have to change this H1 tag with span tag and right above this open a H1 tag and copy paste this span tag inside this H1 tag. And let's give the styles to this H1 tag. Right, homepage styles dot H1 and inside this let's add AIM for the apostrophe. For the apostrophe we have to write like this and add a space here. Now you can see our main heading is coming larger. It seems good here. Now there's two things. The video is not coming, and you can also copy paste. We have, as I have changed the cover styles, so you can also change according to you. You can copy paste our cover styles in covered file, and let's correct the import path here. Now it's showing green lightnings in the background of this effect. Now let's copy the spotlight effect as well and paste, change the code of the spotlight and let's check if it is coming or not. It's not coming. Let's go. Let's fix the video first. Paste this thing again. As you can see now, the video is showing here. But the spotlight is not still coming. So for that, go to our GitHub and we have to add the global styles. Open a global CSS file and copy paste this styles here. Now, once you reload this, our spotlight is now coming. Our spotlight is now showing at the top and you can see the footer and the hero section. There is an icon missing in this, so let's fix this. Go to your home page. Here, scroll down inside this SVG tag. Replace this first button to the text. Now it's coming not like a button, it's showing like a text, and there is a follow button as well. Now we have to add the icon. So you just have to change the SVG we have added. Remove this SVG with this. Now let's check again. As you can see, now SVG icon is coming here. Inside this return statement, add React fragments. Give some space at the top. We write use client and import use router from next navigation and import the styles of this project. Write project styles as S. Now go to the lib folder. Now we have to add the data, the project's data in the lib folder. So let's create a project slash data.ts file. Here we have to add all the data to show our projects. So in our GitHub, you can find a file projects data.ts. Copy the code from here and paste it here. I have added all the projects data in this file. Let's import this file here. Write projects, comma, project from, add the import path, slash lib, slash projects data. Change this name as projects page. And here, remove these fragments. In place of this, add a div here. Give class name to this div s.page container. Now open another div here. Give the class name s.inner container. Now open another div here. Write the class name s.header. Inside this, open a h1 tag. First give the styles s.page title. Move this inside curly braces. Now here we should write projects as a main heading or title of this page. Now add a paragraph tag with the styles as dot page subtitle. Now inside this write playground slash small MVP to product as a production apps as a paragraph tagline. Now below that open our div, give class name to this div as dot project grade. Now inside this open a curly braces. Now we have to write the projects dot map to map our projects from the projects data. Right here in between write project, open an arrow function in round brackets in between this. We need to add a Serenity UI background, and this we have to add a UI effect from Serenity UI. So let's search for pointer. You have to search following pointer. As you can see, we need this effect. So the same process we should repeat as we did earlier. We have to make the file in UI folder. Let's make this file with its name as given inside UI folder. Open this page and let's add the code here. As now you can see. Now after that, let's see how we should import this in our page. So let's copy the import statement here, and inside your projects page, top you should add this import statement. Correct the path. We should add the following pointer card here. Let's give the key value, which is project dot slug. We have to make a slug page for individual project page. We'll make after completing this project. So first, let's make the slug folder. Inside square brackets, write slug. Inside this, write page.tsx. We will make this page for individual project page. Now let's come back and here write title. Open up curly braces. Now write title component in which give the title which is equal to projects dot author name, which is projects dot author, and avatar is equal to projects dot author avatar. Now let's close this tag. Now we have to make the const statement of title component here. Let's open our title, write title, comma avatar, comma, and between that, open another parenthesis right here inside this, write title, which is a string, avatar, which is string as well. Now after which, open our arrow function. Inside this, open a div. Let's first give the styles s dot title component container. Now open an image tag here. Inside this, let's define the source, which is avatar, and the height is equal to 20 and width will be 20 as well. Now for alternate, add title here. Now let's give the class name to this image tag s dot title component avatar. Now after this, open a paragraph tag here. Inside curly brackets, write title and give the styles to the paragraph tag s dot title component text. Now let's see what this error is coming from. We have to close this tag. Inside this, we need to pass inside this, write project card and write project is equal to project inside parenthesis, and let's close it. Now remove this from here. It's throwing an error. Now bottom here, write a function named as project card. Inside this, write project write colon in parenthesis, write project colon project. Now inside this, let's make a const router is equal to use router. And let's return this function right in between, write div, give class name to this div s dot image container s dot project card. Now on click is equal to open a arrow function here. Inside this write router dot push side brackets write a backtext and give the path as slash projects slash add a dollar sign and write projects dot slug. It will open the project page from slug. Now close this. Now add a class name here. Open a div and add the class name. Write s dot image container. Inside this div, add a image tag. Inside image tag, write source is equal to project.image and alternate will be project.title. Open a. Now let's give class name which is equal to s dot project image. Now below that, open a div. Give class name s dot status batch container. In, inside this div, write a span tag. Class name is equal to s dot status batch. We have to write it inside backticks. So let's add backticks and dollar sign in between a parenthesis. Now let's add another styles which is project dot status is equal to active, and after if it is active, if it is not active, then it will be status inactive. Now inside this span tag in curly brackets write projects dot status. Now below that write a button tag here. Get the on click. Inside this, let's open up arrow function. On click event, it triggers the stop propagation. Now let's write the class name here s dot bookmark button. Now go to our GitHub. In projects page, copy this SVG tag from here and paste it in this code. It will add a SVG icon. Now below this div, let's open a div tag here. Give the class name s dot content section. Here open a h3 tag. Give the class name as s dot project title. In between this, write project dot description, project dot title. Now after this, open a paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot project description. Here inside this, in parenthesis, write project dot description. Now open a div here and give class name s dot tags container. Now inside this, in parenthesis, write project dot tags dot map. Inside this, we map the tags which is added in the project's data. Now open a arrow function right here in between this, write a span tag, give the key value which is tagged, and give the styles as well, which is s dot tag. Now in between this, write tag in parenthesis. After this, open another div, give the class name here s dot action contain. Write a div again and give the class name here s dot action links container. Now inside this, open a parenthesis, write projects dot link dot visit, and let's correct the parenthesis, and in between this, go to GitHub and copy the code from line number 17 till the bottom, line number 16, and paste it here. It will add all the projects links here with anchor tags and links. We have added 6 projects till now. Now here add a div, give class name flex gap 1. Now inside this div, open parenthesis right here, write project dot links dot achieve, and inside brackets in between this, open a span tag, give the class name to this span, right, s dot archive text. In between this, write archived. Now let's format your code. The projects page is completed. Now the next thing is we have to make the slug page, which is individual project page. Now let me show you in projects. Now you can see our projects page is now fully completed. You can see the hover effect. You have the visit button, which takes users to the project live link, and a GitHub button, which takes to the repository of that project. Now we want to make each project's individual page as well so that it will open. It is giving error right now, so we have to make it. Now let's start building this page right here. Let's import links from next link. Now import not found from next navigation and import the project detail styles from the dummy styles file. Now let's import get project by slug from the libs projects.data. Also add a comma and we have to import get all projects slug as well. Now let's add interface and write projects page props. Now we have to define all the props here. Write params colon promise inside this slugs, which is a string. Now let's export this function as async function and add the name of this, right? Projects page. Pass the params here. Right here, right projects page props. Now, inside the curly braces, write const slug is equal to await params, and let's make another const project is equal to get project by slug. Inside this, write slug and write a condition statement here. If not project, then may not found. Then let's return this function. Here, open a div, give class name s dot page container. Now we have to add a, we have to forgot, if we forget to add as S, right here, write as S. Now open a div here and give class name S dot inner container. Now below that, open another div, give the class name margin bottom 8. Now add a link tag here. Inside this, write href is equal to, write the path, which is projects/projects, and give the class name s dot back button, which takes users to the projects page. Now let's add a lucid icon here, which is arrow left. Now we have to import the lucid icons. So go to Chrome, search for lucid for React. Here scroll down, and for installation for npm, copy this command, paste it here. It is installing the lucid React icons. So let's see. Let's import the icons. Let's import arrow left icon, comma, external link icon, then GitHub icon, and YouTube icon. Also, package icon. Now, let's import it from lucid/react. It is not found. So let's check what's the problem is. So it's not porting it. Now here give the class name, which is equal to s dot back icon. And let's fix this error here. It is not importing the lucid React icons. So let's set the packages file. It is importing a lucid file version. So let me fix that. Let us install this from this command, this version of lucid React. Now, as you can see, it is installed. Let's write here lucid dash React. Let's see it is installing or not, importing or not. Now it is importing the lucid icons. Now let's give the styles to this icon, which is s dot back icon. Let's close the tag. And then inside this, write back to project. Now here open a div again, give the class name s dot project header, and inside this open another div, give the class s dot header flex. Now open div again and right here write s dot header left. Now open a div again, give the class name s dot title container, and after that open a h1 tag, give the class name s dot project title, then inside parenthesis write project dot tag project dot title, then below that open a span tag, give the class name, inside backticks place a dollar, inside this write s dot status batch, then write another styles, which is project dot status is equal to active. If it is not active, then it will be status. If it is active, then status will be active, and if it is not, then it will be inactive. Then here inside parenthesis write project dot status to show the status. Now below that open up paragraph tag, give the styles s dot project description. After this, here write project dot description. Now below that open a div, give the class name s dot tags container. Inside this write inside parenthesis projects dot tags dot map. Let's map the tags here and open our arrow function. Remove the s from the projects, and right here in between this open up brackets. Inside this write a span tag, give the key as tag, and let's give the styles, which is s dot tag. Inside this span open a parenthesis and write tag here. Now below this open a div again, give the class name s dot action button container. Now inside this, inside parenthesis, write project dot links dot visit, and open brackets. Inside this brackets, write link tag, give the href as project dot links dot visit. It will active the live link of the project. Now write target is equal to blank and write relative will be no pinner, no pinner, no ref, no pinner and no referral. And give the stylings, write s dot visit button. Now close this link tag. Inside this, write external link tag. Inside this, add external link tag. Now give the stylings to this tag, which is s dot button icon. Close this tag and right here, write visit live. Now below this, open another parenthesis right here, write project dot links dot how I build. Let's correct the spell here. Now open a link tab, give the href, which is equal to project dot link dot how I built. Now give the target as blank and copy this same thing here. Now after this, give the class name s dot button icon. Now here in between this link tag, open a YouTube icon, give the class name s dot button icon. Close this tag and write how I built. Now below these divs, open a div again. Let's give the class name s dot image container. Inside this, open a image tag and image tag. Right here, give the source, which is project dot image, and alternate will be project dot title, and class name will be s dot project image. It shows the image of the project. Now open another div here, write the class name s dot create container. Now below that, open a div and give the class name s dot main container. Close this div. Inside this, open a section tag. Let's make sections here, and inside this section, open a h1 tag, open a h2 tag, give the class name s dot section title. Now right here, write project overview. Now open a div again Give the class name s dot secondary section title s dot course, and inside this write open a paragraph tag and give the styles, which is s dot course text. Inside this write project dot detail description. Now after this section, open another section, copy this from here and paste it here. Let's change the title here to learning outcomes. Change this style with learning outcome card. With learning outcomes grid. Now remove this paragraph tag and in place this in parentheses write project dot learning outcomes dot map, inside which we should pass the outcomes, comma idx. Then open a arrow function here. Inside brackets, open a div tag and write the closing tag. Give the class name to this div, which is s dot learning outcome card. Now inside this div, let's pass the idx key. And now inside this div, open another div with its closing tag. Now give the class name s dot learning outcomes number. Open another div here. Give the class name. Remove this div. Instead that, open a span tag and inside this write in parentheses idx plus 1. Give the styles to this span tag, which is s dot learning outcomes number text. Now right between this div, open another span tag. Give the class name s dot learning outcome text. Now open parentheses write outcome. Now below this, open a div again. Give the class name s dot sidebar. Now let's make a section here. Inside this, open a hc tag. Give the class name is equal to s dot sidebar section title. Now inside this, let's write text tag. Now below this, open our div again, give the class name s dot TechStack container. Now inside this, in parentheses, write project dot TechStack container. TechStack dot map. Inside this, write tech and open our arrow function. Inside this, open a span tag, and inside that, in parentheses, write tech. Give key to the span tag as tech. Now write the class name s dot TechStack container, TechStack item. Now below this section, open another section of this page. Now open a h3 tag again, give the class name s dot sidebar section title. Inside this, give the title name, projects links. Open another div, give the class name as s dot link card, s dot links container. Now inside parenthesis, write project dot links dot GitHub. It will add the GitHub link. Now write and inside brackets, write open a anchor tag. In this anchor tag, let's define the path, which is projects dot links dot GitHub. Now let's write the reel, and after that define the target, which is blank. Now give the class name s dot link card. Now here we have to add the GitHub icon. Give the class name s dot link icon. Close this tag and open a span tag. Give the class name to this span tag. Write s dot link text. Now inside this, write view source code. Now copy this from here and paste it again so that we can change the links to visit link to visit the project live link, change everywhere, and change the icon as well from GitHub to external link icon. Change this text to live demo. Now paste it again and let's change it now with PYPI. Change it everywhere change the icon with packages. Now change this text as well. Write py package. Now change, paste it again, and let's add the YouTube link. Change the icon with YouTube icon. Now also change this line here with video tutorial for the project of the project. Now we have to make another section here. Open our SC tag and let's give the styles to this section s dot sidebar section. And let's add the styles in H3 as well. S dot sidebar section title. Inside this, let's write project info. Now uh, now open a div again. Give the class name s dot project info container. Inside this, open another div tag in which open a paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot project info label. Now inside this, let's write author. After this, open another div and write class name is equal to s dot author container. Now let's add a image tag here. Give the source, which is projects dot author avatar. Also add the alternate text here, project dot author. Then give the stylings s dot author avatar. Now below that, open a paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot author name. Now inside which open a parenthesis, write project dot author. Now after this, open another div here and open a paragraph tag. Give the class name is equal to s dot project info label. And inside this, write status. Now after that, open another paragraph tag and give the class name s dot project info label. Now right here, let's write project dot slug project dot status. Now copy this div and we have to paste it again. Change the status and type here category. Let's change it from here as well. Instead that, write tags and in place in tags inside square brackets, write 0. Also Also change this label from text. Do the same with the above one as well. Now, below that, let's go to our SNAT UI and search for background box, background beams. As you can see, we want this type of UI interface of the background. So just follow the same process as we did earlier. Copy this file name and let's make a file in UI folder. Now copy this code as I have done some changes. So I copy it from my GitHub. You can also do some custom changes if you want. So let's import this background, copy this import line from here, and let's go to the top. First, let's write here, write backgrounds, please, and let's see if the import statement is written or not. Yeah, it's auto written here. Um, Remove this icon as it is already added. Now, after that, let's export this async function. Here, write generate static params, which return the get all project slug dot map. Beside this, write slug, open an arrow function inside bracket and parenthesis write slug. Now let's export the async function metadata. Here, write params and place the colon and write project page props. After that, here write const inside parenthesis write slug, which is equal to await params. Now write const project is equal to get project by slug. Inside this, write pass the slug. And now let's add a conditional statement. If it is not project, then return the title, which is project not found. Now return this function. Right here, write title in backticks, open parenthesis, write project dot title, and then place a and then write Hexagon Digital Services here as a title, and let's write the description, which is project dot description. I'll give a comma. Let's write open graph inside this. Write the title, which is project dot title. Inside that, let's add the description, which is project dot description. Now add the images inside square and curly braces. Write URL project dot image. Now add the alternate text project dot title. Now after that, remove this extra uh, curly braces. Format this code. Now it is formatted properly. Let's check the UI of this page. Inside this, as you can see, a project have its own individual page to showcase all the details present in this project. Now the how I build YouTube button is breaking out. Let's check and fix it. Remove this button icon to replace it with secondary button. Now it's showing a secondary button here. Now this page is completed. As you can see, we have text stack section, project links added over here, and a project info card as well. All the details of this page is coming from this project data file, as I have added like tags and everything. Now it is completed fully. Now let's straight jump onto another page, which is experience page. Give the spacing right here, right, use client. Below this, let's import the icons here, which is award, briefcase, and etc. from Lucid React icon. From Lucid React library. Now let's import the styles here. Change this function name as timeline styles as timeline demo. Now here, right, const, we have to add the data, write the title, and content you want to give, place a comma here, and let's open a div here, open another div inside this, and another div again. Now give the stylings s dot item container. Now let's add the import properly as s. Now let's in another div add the styles s dot item flex container. Now in another div write s dot icon container. Blue. Now let's add a icon here. Give the class name s dot icon blue. Close this tag. After this if open another div. Now right here add a ht tag. Give this class name s dot content title. Now inside this you can write the title where you are currently working and on which position you on which position you are. Now after this open a paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot content title. Inside this write the paragraph you want to add. Now open another paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot content subtitle. To add a subtitle, let's add a subtitle here. Now below this, open a unordered list tag. Give the class name s dot list and open a li tag as well. Give the class name s dot list item. Now inside this, open a span tag. Give the class name s dot bullet green, bullet blue. Now write the name, which is leading UI UX for Copilot automation, automate industry, automate insurance workflow. Write the span line here. Now copy this list tag and paste multiple times. Now we have to change this line. What you want to give, you can give according to you. Now, after that, open our div. Give the class name s dot tech badges container. Now inside this, open a span tag. Give the class name s dot tech batch and write the React. Now you can add multiples time to showcase your expertise in your skills like Tailwind and TypeScript and Python. Now it is a one section data. Now we have to make multiple section timeline. So we have to make the same thing multiple times. So I have added multiple times. You can also do the same thing here. Let me scroll to show you as I have added for 2022 and 2020, 21, 2022 workflow where I have changed all the everything. Now let's come back to our return statement here. Add a div, give the class name s dot container. Inside this div, give the class name. Inside this div, open another div and give the class name as s dot inner container. Now open another div, give the class name margin bottom 8. Now let's open another div here and write the class name s dot timeline badge. Now open a span tag here and write class name s dot timeline badge. And here write carrier timeline. Now open a h1 tag to add a heading. Let's give the styles s dot main title and let's write the heading name. Now let's add a paragraph tag. Give the class name s dot main paragraph. Now here we have to write the paragraph. Now after this, open another div tag here. Give the styles to this div. Write s dot legend container. Now open another div inside this. Give the class name s dot legend item. Now open another div. Give the class name in backticks and place a dollar sign in parentheses. Write s dot legend dot. And now add a style bg blue 500. Now here open a span tag. Give the class name s dot legend text. Now add a text here. Now copy this tip and paste it here again and again. And you can change the color, like from blue it is purple, and right here it should be green, and this would be amber. Also change the heading, which is Also change the text. Now let's change the text here. Write current role, and in this span write truth startup, and last one write early query. Now we have to add a UI theme design from Eternity UI. Let's search for timeline. You can see we want this type of UI design in our page. So the process is same. We have to import this and we have to make a UI file named as timeline in our UI folder. Let's add a timeline file here and copy paste this code. I have customized it with some different colors, so I have add those. You can also customize according to you. I'm copying this from my GitHub and pasting this here. Now let's import this timeline. Add this import on top and here let's write timeline and give the data which is equal to data. We close this tag. Now open a div, give the class name s dot text section container. Now open another div here, give the class name s dot text section header. Now open another div again, give the class name here s dot text section icon contain. Now open another div again, give the styles s dot text section icon. Now in place of this div, instead we have to write icon of code 2 and close this tag. Now below this div, open another div. Right here, open a ht tag. Inside this tag, write class name is equal to s dot text section title, and let's write the title here. Open a paragraph tag here and give the class name s dot text section subtitle. Now add a subtitle here. Now below this div, open our div again. Give the class name s dot tag grid. Now inside this div, let's write another div. Give the class name s dot tag card. Now open another div here. and give the class name s dot tech card title, and also let's write s dot text blue. Now right inside this, write front end here. Open another div and give the class name s dot tech card content. Now inside this, let's write the tech stack which I use. And let's close this div to copy it and paste it again. Now, as you can see, I have made multiple cards like for backend, which tool I use, which languages I use, which stack I use, and etc. Now let's format this code here. Let's check the UI of this page. It is showing an import error. Let's resolve this import error with correct path of this file. Let me write here slash components slash UI and slash timeline. Now let's check if this icon, we have added this icon or not. Let's add this icon to our imports. Now let's check our UI. Now as you can see, we have made a timeline and bottom section cards. It shows the tech stack, the technologies you are aware of. Now let's straight jump onto tools page. We have to make this tool page. Now we have to add the imports and the tools data. So just come to our GitHub repo and copy this code. I'll copy all the code from here and let's just paste it in our file. Now remove this line and we have to import the commit card from SNAT UI. So let's go and search for commit card. As you can see, we want this type of animation in our site. So let's get this code, follow the same process as we did before. I have done some changes here, so I'll copy my code. So I'll copy this code and add it to a new file inside UI folder, which is commentcards.tsx. Add the code here and let's import this. Let's correct the file path. We have interface tools. We have passed name, category, icon, and href as strings. And we are taking the tools like cursor, ChatGPT, all The tools are present inside the public folder, and we have the href link which opens the tool website. Now let's start making the UI of this page. So inside returns, write div, give class name, is equal to tools page styles dot page container. Now inside this, open another div, give the class name, tools page styles dot content container. Then after that, open another div, give the class name, tools page styles dot header container. Now inside this, open a h1 tag, give the class name, tools page styles dot header title. Now inside this, let's write the title, which will be show bills. Now here, open a paragraph tag and give the styles, which is tools page styles dot header subtitles. Now here, add a subtitle here. Now after that, let's open a div again and give the class name, which is tools page styles dot tools grid. Now inside this parenthesis, write tools dot map, side brackets, write tools, open arrow function, and then write and we write the comment card effect from Ascendity UI and just get the key value, which is tool.name, and close this. Let's add a link tag and open our div here. Give the class name tools page styles dot tool icon container and paste the image tag with these and open a div. Give class name tools page styles dot tool text container. Now open a ht tag here. Now write tools page styles, give a comma, and write tools name. Write tools page styles dot tool name, and inside this tag, in parentheses, write tools dot name. Write a paragraph tag here and give the styles tools page styles dot tools category, and inside this we'll pass the tool category. After this, let's format this, and our page is completed. Now, as you can see, you can hover and watch the 3D style of this tool card page. Each tool open their own individual website links. Now it is completed. Let's jump to build about page. Now Here, let's import link from next link. Now import the styles, which is about page styles from dummy style file. Now here, go to our GitHub and in about page, you have to add these two things, which is interest and tech stack. Also the Gmail URL. As you can see, we have added the interest and the tech stack we usually use and a composed Gmail URL. So let's write email here so that it's equal to hexagon digital services. Write your email here so that any user contact on your email ID. Now let's write a div inside this return statement. Open up class name, write about page styles dot page container. Now inside this, give a div, write the class name about page styles dot content container. Now open another div again, give the class name about page styles dot background container. Now here, open again a div, give the class name about page styles dot background effect. Now go to Asanity UI. Let's add the background. So search for a background themes with collision. As you can see, we want this type of animation in the background. So let's just copy the file name first so that we can make in our UI folder. Now we have to paste the code it's given here. I have done some color theme changes, so I'll paste my code here. So I'll copy it from my GitHub and I'll paste it here. Now let's add this background here. Close this tag and it will directly add the imports. Now open a div, give the class name about page styles dot content wrapper. Now inside this, write a h1 tag, give the class name about page styles dot main heading. So inside this, let's write the heading, which is the name of the portfolio owner, and then open a div and give the class name about page styles dot interest container. Now inside parenthesis write interest dot map. Inside this, pass the interest here and also the index. Now open a arrow function. Inside this, open a span tag, pass the key, which is interest. Remove the S from interest. It should be interest. Now give the class name about page styles dot interest item. Now inside this, open a parenthesis, write interest, open parenthesis again and write index, which write the less than interest dot length -1, and inside brackets write a span tag, give the class name, which is about page style sort, interest separator, press Alt plus 0149 for this icon here, dot icon here. Now close this span tag. It will add a dot icon in each interest, between each interest. Now open a div here again. Now write class name about page styles dot text stack container. Open parenthesis, write text stack dot map. Inside this, pass tech. Now open a arrow function here. Inside this, open a span tag and give the class name. And let's write text in between span and give the key, which will be text, and give the class name as about page styles dot text fill. It will make a text fills. Now between this, we're gonna make a content section from here. So now open a div, give the class name, write about page styles dot secondary section container. And this will make different sections here. So just go to our about page in GitHub and copy all these sections I have given here till 84 line, 83 line, and paste it here. As you can see, I have made separate sections like who I am, what I do, my journey, what I do, my journey, my vision, and beyond the codes. Now, after that, you can act according to your preferences. Now, let's add a div here and give the class name, which is equal to about page styles dot CTA container. Let's add CTA button. So first here, you should copy all of this line and paste it here. Now, as you can see, we have added a contact CTA with anchor tag and a SVG icon as well, which will be the email. Now, let's format this code. Now, let's see how it is looking in our website. Now, as you can see, the background effect is added, and you can click the CTA button to go to that particular email URL. Now, in Get to Touch button, we'll go to Contact page. Now, we have to make our contact page. Now let's start building our contact page. Right on the top, write use client. Below that, we have to import some use effect and use state from React. And we have to import the styles as well. Now go to your Chrome. We are going to use email.js. Search email.js and sign in or sign up with your email ID. Now, as you can see, it will open. You can add the services here. Let me show you how you would do. Click on this and let's add the email. Click continue and scroll down. Click continue again and create service. A service ID will be created. Now you can delete this as I have already made a service here. So now in email templates, you can create a template so that you will get the emails according to your template styles. Now, as you can see, these are my previous templates. So I have to delete one of them to add a new template here. So click create template here. Now you have to write the subject, change the title from subject and remove this line and let's write it like new contact. And also you have to write the content. So you need to edit it. Now let's edit it. Remove this and paste this template here. Now you can see your email template is looking like this. Now you can increase the size of the content. You can apply the ranges. Now you'll receive the emails in this form of template here. Now you save the changes. Your template is successfully added, named as contact us. So now let's go to the email.js website and inside docs, let's see installation, how we should install the, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. It will install the email.js in your packages and let's import the email.js from email.js/browser. Now after this, let's change the function name as contact page. Here, let's write. Now let's add a use state here, which is for const inside square brackets form data, comma, set form data is equal to use state. Now inside parentheses, pass these things like name, email, subject, and message. And let's make another use states, which is focus, comma, set form focused. Now, which is equal to use state. and less than a string. Inside this, write string and null or null. And after that, here as well, you have to write null. And now write const inside square brackets, type sending, comma, set sending. It will show the sending indication to your button. Now, till now, set it as false. Now, after that, let's write a use effect. Open a arrow function here. Here, write a const public key. You have to write the public key here. So go to your email.js dashboard. Here in your account, you will find the public key. You can copy it from here and go back and paste it in your code. Now, here, write a condition here. If public key, then outside write email js.init and pass the public key here. And add a empty square brackets here. Now let's write const handle submit is equal to async. It will be asynchronous and write react dot form event and open arrow function. Inside this, write e dot prevent default on handle submit. The set sending will be true here. Now let's add a const here, which is template params, and inside this, write all the entities, right? Like form name, form email, subject, message. Then write a const here, and you have to write a service ID. Also write a const and template ID. You have to provide the template ID here as well. Now let's go to email dashboard, and in services, let's click the service and copy this service ID here and paste it in your code and go back in your templates. In settings, you'll get the template ID. Copy this and paste it in this line. Now, now let's add a try catch inside this. Write a condition if it is not service ID, then service ID, or it is not template ID, then we'll throw a new error, which is email.js service template ID not configured error. Now let's add a await. Here write email.js dot send service ID and send template ID cell, also template params. Now here write set form data. It will set the name, email, and subject, also the message here. Now After this, let's pick this. Now, right, set focused. Beside this, right null. Let's fix this error. It will be colon here. Now, let's write alert message. It will throw a alert that message has been sent. Now write catch block and paste the error here. Now inside this, console the error. Write email chase error inside double quotes, and outside this write error. Now give the alert as well. Now write finally inside this. Let's write set sending false. Once is once it completed, then finally the set sending will be false. Now here write const and a change inside brackets write react dot change event. Here we'll add the HTML input element and HTML text area element. Now write a arrow function after here. Write set focus. Write set form data. Which is previous, and open an arrow function. Here write previous, comma, inside square brackets write e dot target dot name, place a colon, write e dot target dot value. Now let's make another const here. Const get label classes. Inside this, we'll pass the field name as a string. Write the colon here. Open a arrow function. Inside this, write const base class is equal to contact page styles dot form container form label base. Here you have to write the colon instead of this. Now here write const focused class is equal to, here write focused is equal to field name or form data. Inside square brackets will pass the field name as key of and type of from form data. Now if it is, then contact page styles dot form label focused, else contact page styles dot form label unfocused. Now return, write down backtext beside parenthesis, write base class, add a dollar again, open parenthesis, write focused class. Now remove this main tags and add a div tag here. Give the class name, write the styles contact page styles dot page container, and inside this open a div again. Now pass the styles. Now write the styles contact page styles dot content container. Inside this, let's add a div again and give the class name. Contact page styles dot form outer container. Then open a div here again. Write class name contact page styles dot background overlay. Now go to Ascendity UI and let's add this background, which is background boxes named as background boxes. And let's copy this file name inside your UI folder. We have to make this file, add this file, and add the code here. I've done some changes, so I'll copy my code and copy paste my code. So I have added this code. Now I can import the background boxes here. Right background, right boxes, and close this. It is not founding. Let's see. There is an error here. Let's resolve this. Now go to top. Let's import the background boxes as boxes from give the path slash components slash UI slash background boxes. Now, so there is an error here. So we have to, instead of curly braces, we have to write the normal round brackets here. Now let's go down and open a div here. Give the class name is equal to contact page styles dot header container. Then inside this, open a h1 tab. Now give the class name to this heading, contact page styles dot header title. Now let's write the title here, which is get in touch. Now below this, open a paragraph tag. Now first give the class name, contact page styles dot header subtitle. Now here, write the paragraph. Now below that, open a div. Give the class name contact page styles dot contact methods grid. Now go to GitHub. Now you have to copy this anchor tag from line number 47 uh, till the top. Copy it and paste it here. You have added the anchor tag, which is mail to and which have the SVG logo icon. And there's another anchor tag which will be your social media icon, which will be the Twitter button. Now, below that, open a form tag. Inside this, write on submit is equal to handle submit and give the class name, write the contact page styles dot form container. Now here, open a div again, write the styles contact page styles dot form grid. Now here we have to add the fields. You have to copy this code till the line number 125. Now it will add all the fields to your contact page form, like text area, name field, message field, like name field, email field. Like this, there will be an input box, email field, there will be input box, and the label, there will be subject field, there will be message field, which has its own label. Now let's open a div. If the class name is equal to contact page styles dot submit button container. Now right here, open a button tag, give the stylings to this. First write the type, which will be submit. Let's give the class name as contact page styles dot submit button and write disabled while sending, and also add the area label as sending. Now close this button tag here. Open a span tag in between. And in this span tag, write sending. If it is sending, then show this sending or send message. Let's add the class name, contact page styles dot submit button dot submit button text. Now here we have to add the SVG logo. Copy this from our GitHub and paste it here. After that, here open a paragraph tag and assign this with the class name contact page styles dot alternate alternative text. Inside this, we'll write refer to schedule a call Then inside parentheses, place some space here and open an anchor tag, write href, and inside this, write the hash as we don't want to locate you as we don't want to locate the user. Then add the class name, contact page styles dot alternate alternative link and add the number here. Now there will be an error is showing. Let's see. Okay, so we have to write instead of Arya able, write Arial busy. Now let's format this code and let's see our contact page. Now as you can see, it is a beautiful background effect and has a form which fills the name, email, and adds the subject, also the message. Let me send this message and let me check it if we are receiving the email or not. As you can see, we received the email, so it is working perfectly fine. So our project is completed. Thank you for watching this video.